Everyone. By everyone, I mean like 2 people. But hello. I'm too popular. No, it's not. Today's a really chill one. I didn't tweet anything because I just been all over the place. If you play Minecraft too. No, I'd be playing Marble Made level editor today. That's what we'd be doing. It's gonna be a hell chill day today. Me playing testing Marble Made out and making sure that all the things work. And sort of just getting an idea for what Marble Made 2 is going to be. So yeah, you test that level. Yeah. So yeah, today's going to be just me sort of testing and playing Smoke, Rainbow, Light Streak, none. Okay. Also, let me know if I'm hoping the game's audio isn't going into the stream, but if it is, it's okay. This is kind of like a jank stream. So this was sort of a last minute put it together and make sure it works thing. And I wanted to make sure that everything kind of flowed a little bit, but I wasn't too sure if it was all going to kind of come together really quick. Okay. Plus, I need to remember because it's been a hot minute since I've played Marble Made 2. Interesting bug. Look at that, 2 seconds in and we've already found a bug. Brilliant. Let me write that one down. Anyway, how you doing? What's happening? Or as they say, what's happening for them? Do you reckon there's a notepad on this computer? Probably not. WordPad. Notepad, WordPad, no. No? You finished a pixel art today. What was the pixel art that you were working on? There is no WordPad on this computer. I wonder, hang on, no, there is, because it would read this. There we go. So what? If die on hub world takes you back to the menu. So it was Umbreon. Okay, Leaf Fusion. Oh, cool. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna like turn on the audio for the game just to see. Oh yeah, that's loud. Apologies. That's way too loud. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I got a big one for next time. Nice. What's the big one? It easily take 2 hours. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so today is going to be me kind of testing a few things, making sure things work, making sure it's fun. Interesting. I think buttons are acting as spawn points. No, they're not. That's interesting. Got a whole hour to finish this level. Oh no, this isn't a level I'm finishing. This is the hub world of the game. So what I'm doing, right, is I'm just going, like, I'm trying to get reassociated with the game itself. It's not about me playing the level. But also kind of like checking things over one more time on the hub. And seeing if everything is functional. No, this isn't a level that you can play. Well, I mean, it is a level you play, but it's the hub world. So this is the place. Now how to beat the hub world, fix all the bugs. If only it were that simple. Okay. So given the circumstances of this, I think the hub world for the most part is done. For now, at least. So I need to now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play through. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, okay, exit. It's going to be that way. I remember we had it set as a escape. Let's see. So we've got, these are all the levels I've already made. There's a lot here. But there's also a little. 9 frozen fireworks. So I'm gonna, like, you know, just to get myself reacquainted with the game, because it has been a hot minute, I'm just gonna play the game a bit. The sewer chunk. Yes, there is a level called the sewer chunk. Now, I'm trying to see if... I think it's this keyboard that's really the deterror. What is happening here? Press spacebar to jump. Holy shit, it is me. It is me.
Time to make a mess.
Oh, I can delete the game if you want. If that's really what you want me to do. If you prefer me to delete the game, Fancy, I can delete the game. I think there is a bug with the speed at the moment. I don't know. I can't tell. There's something really weird happening with the speed. So the... Please don't allow Marvel Maid. You won't like this one. So my biggest notes that I have to do today are add bun names times for time trial boss levels. So the bun names. So again, if I sound like I'm kind of all over the place today, it's because I'm kind of getting back. It's been a while since I've done any level design stuff. You're more than welcome to ask me questions about everything that you see, obviously. Add bun names. Times for time trial. I think it was for time. Boss levels. Okay. Was it? Look, I was tired. I was tired. Okay. Yesterday was grueling. Is this the same level editor Frogun uses? Yes. I don't know why she's running slower. Maybe it's got a bit of a weight about her. I don't know whether or not there's something that we've changed recently. She's walking hell slow. But I think it's to do with... I'm wondering if... maybe I've discovered a bug. You get a big smile on your face. Oh, I'm happy. You get to see a couple of levels in their design. Again, there are bugs, so please excuse the crudity of the model. I think there's a really interesting bug happening with the speed. But I can't work it out. Let me have a look. Okay. Okay, let me go to weird bug with speed of marble man. Can only go faster if holding two keys. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of this tonight. So if you want to hang around and chill with me while I work on this game, if this isn't your bag, you don't have to be here, but I need to get a lot of this done. Time trials. So the time trial for this one was 10. I gotta grab a file real quick off my computer. If you guys are like okay to just hang for 1 second, just chill for a second. I gotta grab a file. I just gotta grab a file, please. Just wait, okay? file, and it had some important shit in it. I can't find it. Oh. Anyway. Oh. Anyway, all right. Apologies about that. Oh man. Okay. So where were we? Okay, so. There we go. Das Beine a slooping. He be slooping. That one be slooping too. A lot of the bunny be sloop. Sorry. Soaked prison. So yeah, I think I found a bug. I can't tell though, because right now my assistant is using my computer. There's a real interesting bug that I've just found. It's kind of frustrating, but we'll see. Alright, so again, I apologize if things are quite loud on the game as well. So
time to make a mess. Little.
yeah, I'm good. Just very tired today. Just very tired.
Time to make a mess. Little.
Also, it's very hard to control on this computer, so this might also pose a threat to tonight's production, but we'll see.
Come here, you.
Possible quiz was awesome. Yeah, it's to do with the camera angle. There she goes. Yeah, it's to do with the camera angle. That's interesting. Okay, I think I found it. If you swap to tab scene. My favorite level was Undefined. I'm so glad that you love that. I'm so glad.
Time to make a mess.
I'm so glad.
a mess. Time to make a mess.
Such an interesting bug that it's doing, depending on the glue to the floor. I don't know why it's doing it. There's like a really interesting bug that was not in the previous build that's now like, she will run less fast depending on the camera angle. Interesting.
Come here. Whoa! Time to make a mess. Whoa!
She is a little bit, yeah. Just a little bit, yeah. Oh, thanks, Fancy. I apologize for my shit playing tonight. I'm using the streaming keyboard. So a lot of the stuff I'm doing is a little bit more... There's a lot of jank that's happening, basically. Let's see. So I'm also kind of playing through each level a little bit to reminisce. So if you don't want to see the levels, don't look. But I'm basically just kind of going through it again to kind of like re-establish myself a little bit.
Time to make a mess.
Though this running bug is quite an interesting one that I was not expecting. Okay, so what I want to do... Oh, sorry, I apologize if I go quiet for a moment while I work. Because usually I don't talk when I work. This is new for me. Oh yeah, this one. And it was a waterfall, and I made this cool like waterfall area. And then Dark Sparks was oh yeah, and it was getting around this ruddy level because this level's all in the dark. And it's all cable running. So like
Time to make a mess. Got ya.
okay. We're gonna start World 3 today. So let's go back to the hub world and get an idea what World 3 is gonna be. So World 3. 1, 2. Cobwebs. It's all about cobwebs in this one. So a lot of what we're doing with this one, I think, was just cobweb related that I wrote down. Yeah, I could. This is always the hardest part, me kind of starting and kind of getting an idea of what I want to do. Getting a sort of an idea of a direction for the night. Because the other part too is like, whenever I sort of start making a level, it becomes like increasingly obvious that sometimes when I'm, I have to really be in the mood to make levels. And a lot of the level design comes down to me having a sort of creative flux. So a lot of this is going to be like the dark bricks, much like this brick here. So the first one is more dungeon based. Second world is sewer. Third world is this cobwebby sort of world. Fourth world is switch plates and lava, which also leads into the final world. 5 worlds, plus a secret world. Plus also a bunch of secret levels. So, you know, we're over halfway building levels. And levels don't take me that long to make. But this cobweb level, mainly. Let me just grab my drink. Oh. Is this an underworld? So the story of... This is the story of Negamaid and how she becomes... She's released from her prison. This is kind of like the negative space. So this area that you see is the hub world.
Time to make a mess.
This is her dungeon. Like, this is the place where she's stuck. And as you progress through the game and you look, you know, as you go through each area, you start to realize that there is more to the dungeon, like little areas and stuff. And it's kind of like the underlining of the mansion, if you will. So, and then when you start this power supply up, you can go up to the next level. And now we're on next level. And the final world is actually over there, but won't be open until the very end. This hub world is relatively smaller than Marble Maid 1 in the sense of the design. The levels are a lot bigger. And then, yeah, this up here leads us to World 3. Which is a cobweb level. Mainly cobwebs. Cobweb towers. Yeah, I'm interested in this bug with the running mechanic. So let me stop for a second and check. Yeah, it's like only in her negative form. Okay. Only in normal form. Shit.
Time to make a mess. Time to make a mess.
Ah, and now it's bugging out. So now, as you can see here, now the lighting is completely different again, and you'll be able to see everything a lot differently. So what's happening now is the game is unloading itself.
Marble Maid.
So I have to go back in. Because the idea is I'm not meant to touch the hub world stuff, because the hub world stuff is connected, but it's not connected to anything. Because what happens is as you saw, I touched the world, but there's no levels, so it instantly defaults to going, oh, that just must be World 1. So it goes straight to World 1. And that's what it does. And then it'll take you, when you exit, it automatically assumes, because this is not the hub world built into the engine, it will take you back to another hub world, but it takes you back to a default. And so then you get stuck in a perpetual loop because there's a lot of stuff that's just jammed and stuck. Which is kind of frustrating. But, you know, it's pretty cool. Let's see. So there are a few interesting bugs that I have to kind of go through today. Now the bunny situation won't be able to work until the end of this as well, so I'll have to work through that. Marble Maid level editor. There's only one level in here that I have not finished, which is the security hall level, which is a hidden level. I started working on it, but it got really intense. It's probably one of the biggest levels I've ever worked on for Marble Maid. And yeah, there's like a lot of. I won't try to spoil all of them. But today what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into doing. So we'll do like 3-1. My favorite, probably my favorite's Electric Avenue. Is it Electric Avenue? Or it might be online. Is it online? Yeah, it's this level. I really like this level. This level's all multi-layer. So right now it looks like it's on one layer, but this is like, so like, as you can see, as you rotate around, you can see that it's very different. There is a glitch here, as you can see this thing here. This is from the hub world. So just ignore that. But yeah, hub world online. Has he made? Yeah, he made everything. And obviously there's like these levels, there's some levels that are dark versus some levels that are light. And again, for my shitty playing, I apologize because it is hard to control on this keyboard that I've got here. Oh, I didn't activate it. Not plan to head jump. No, you just sort of boot in, play a level. If you don't like it, you boot out, you play a level. And once you get an idea for like how she plays, it's not really like a sort of, you know, you kind of learn how Marble Maid plays, so like predicting all this sort of stuff is pretty easy. And you just design. It's like painting. Not really anything to it. Background is trippy. Yeah, we tried to go with something different this time. Can't help feeling zipping down that marble. Well, I mean, that's why I am the designer. And that's your opinion. Okay, so we're gonna do World 3 today. Nah, yours didn't. Alright, so to start, usually I just pick a spot and I just start. So you can hear Fancy slowly having a heart attack watching this, by the way. So as you can see, it's just easy to place stuff. See? There's not really anything to it. It's all layer based, so you can kind of just do what you want. So today we're going to be doing a bunch of different levels. Now, again, it's just us doing things. So I'm very open to level suggestions, but I'm not going to take them. So don't like be offended if you like suggest something and you're like, why didn't Shades do the thing? I don't. This isn't like. It's just me designing. So How do I manage the layers in 3D? There's a thing in the bottom right. You can't see it. Because probably my model's blocking it. But there is a button that you can hit, and it will take the layers up and down. Set background settings. And so this is where things get really cool. So we can start doing backgrounds music. So now I have to remember, I think the sewer was 3 and then the music was 3. So let's try that.
Time to make.
No, that's cobweb, which is okay. Now, this technically, there it is. So there is a bug in here, which is really frustrating, which it creates a secondary player position. There we go. Player start position. So this should be 2.
Time to make a mess.
Yeah, and that's sewer 2, see? So if I go out. And if you see, like, it changes the level. So you get an idea of when you exit the level too. And you get an idea of like, oh, that's what it looks like. So today we're going to be doing cobwebs, which is going to be an interesting one. And we'll call this one 3-1. Web of Woes. Gundam style. Very Gundam style.
Time to make a mess.
Nice. Look at that. It's beautiful already. Look at that. It's a level. It's a level. Usually at this point, I just start to design the level as much as I possibly can, and then I play. So sometimes I like to folk as well. Sometimes I do the folk. Oh, he's rearranged a few things in here this time for me, which is interesting because I wasn't expecting that. That's okay though. Monogatame. Yes. Yeah. Because he wanted it to be easier on him than just placing assets and then having to worry about. Because if you break down, I don't want to sound too, you know, but I think a big thing about level design is if you're creating such an open space, and that open space has got like, you know, you're just starting with a blank canvas every single time without a grid and without a level editor. It becomes increasingly harder to test unless, you know, you've got a level editor. With this, there's like a level of control. You know, everything's kind of been built. There's not really been a sort of thing of, okay, like, we need to worry about, you know, what's been made and what's not, you know. We know that when we place the block in, it does what it does. We know what happens when one block collides with another block. You know, we know those things. So, you know, you never ever feel like you're ever really having to struggle to get through things, you know. I would say the biggest issues obviously are that, you know, you are limited by what you make in a level editor. I've never really found a limitation, but then again, I've never really felt like I had to make such huge levels for Marble Made. At least when I say huge, I mean huge as in um what's the word? Like I've never had to go like a ridiculous size for anything. There's never sort of any time where, oh shit, did I just place one? Yeah, I placed one. Yeah, I did. That's the other thing too, is accidentally placing items. Can happen a lot. Also, the other thing too is like getting into the motif of like, what am I going to do with level design today? Like that has always been like, how do I go about what I want to do today? A lot of level design comes from just me sort of splatting onto the canvas. Play it. Do I like it? No. Delete it. And usually by this point, I'm watching TV shows. So a lot of the time when I'm doing level editing, it's never this quiet. But that's usually the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, there is a highlight function in this as well. I'm just not using it. I'm just not using it. I feel like I don't really have to use it that much, if anything. And again, I apologize for being quiet. Usually I don't have people I talk to. If I'm talking to myself, yeah. But usually at this point, I am by myself. Editing. Chopping, changing, working. And then just sort of getting an idea of what I want to do with each level. I think I know what I want to do here. Play some music if it's too quiet. I mean, I don't mind. It just depends if you guys mind. Because really, I don't care. And I'm only going to do a few levels tonight because it's me sort of getting back into level design. And then what I'll do tomorrow is I will sit and I'll probably try to bang out 10. If anything. But I don't know. We'll see. And by that, I mean I'll do 10 off stream to kind of really get ahead of myself. Look at this kid making GIFs silent. What do you mean making GIFs? You mean the levels? Huh? Is that what you mean, making the levels? Let's see. So let's do this. Let's do cobble. And then we'll do some moss. So this one's gonna be an interesting level. So and then I kind of just sort of piece together what I want to do. So I'm thinking ramps. I'm thinking ramps. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Ramps. Yes, ramps. I love ramps. Sorry, I just scared my cat away. Sorry, cat. I didn't mean to. Sorry. Yes. Ramps. Everyone loves ramps. Right? Do you reckon they'll say that? The one and only Nightbot is here for just as little as possible. Oh, you're the mysterious Nightbot that donates every now and again. That nobody can figure out who you are. The legend themselves that donates to me, which I am eternally grateful. I mean, if you're gonna disappear now, look, I'm not gonna, not gonna force your hand, but I do want to say thank you for supporting me. You never feel like you never have to do that sort of stuff. I don't know why you do it, because it's just me. But thank you all the same. It's nice. I assume that means you sent something. I'll have to have a look. But yeah, I appreciate the support. You don't need to do that, but thank you. Let's do this. Hey. Oh, bro, now it's coming together. Now he's building blocks in Minecraft. Do you make my... Wow. Well, I try. That's my skill. That's my secret, Captain. I appreciate. Now I have to check what you sent. Can someone check for me, please? I honestly don't do anything. It's just me. Like, I'm just a dude. Like... Oh, look at this. We both win. Ha! Okay. Noted. Duly noted. Please sook. Sook the Duke. Duly noted. I got some nachos. Did I? Okay. I don't know if my phone's nearby. Oh, no, it is. Hang on. Let me check. So that's day 29 then. Let me have a look. Sorry, I apologize I didn't have a gift. It's because I've changed the setting today for the thing. So I apologize profusely. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. I feel like Nightbot wants to date me. Did we hit the goal? I think we hit the goal of 30. We get the big day. Yeah, Shades dresses up as a maid. That's going to be interesting. Alright, let me change it real quick. 30. So I've got 7 days to go. Oh, God. Okay. There we go. There you go. You earned it. Now, no more buying anything, chat. You earned the 30 days. So, you want to tickle the tip? Oh, shit. Okay, so... Okay. Now I'm really curious who you are in the Shady Corner fandom. Doesn't make him Boydix hard. He doesn't. Nah, I mean that's different me, but yeah. I'm more curious than ever who this person is, but I'm not gonna push you to reveal who you are. So just appreciate the support. Appreciate it. Okay. So I'm starting to get there. And then what I'm going to do, I'm thinking of putting a sign down to explain. You deserve it all. Do I really, though? Like, I don't know if I deserve it all. I don't know about that. But thank you, all the same. There's going to be a rival. Oh, shit. Cobwebs will... Please dick pics. Yeah, but I don't know who you are, so I don't know who to send them to. Hee hee. Cobwebs will slow you down. There we go. Well played, Nightblort. Okay, so this. You can burn cobwebs. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that, chat. I didn't realize. Sorry. I didn't realize it was swapping back and forth and shit. Because there's a button that I was hitting. I will make email. Okay. Very good. You know, I've had people like that before where they'll say stuff like that. I'm like, okay. Yeah. All right. Give me this. Have I met you? No, I wouldn't have. I don't think I would have, because we would have. The last year you donated some shit too, so that's interesting. Let's put some sleeping dust bunnies over here, eh? You're in the Discord. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, I assume you were, so. Again, I'm not going to get you to dox yourself, so don't worry. Let's have a look at this. Beautiful, look at that. See, that time it worked. Okay, so that time it worked. Interesting. I wonder what the... I have to test. That's one thing I've not tested, is the fall rate of a cobweb. Fall rates of cobwebs have been quite an interesting little piece. Because I don't know what... See where my hand... I haven't... What do you mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? I need to... True artist. No. There is no true artist thing happening. It's just me being me. I thank you, though. For thinking so.
Time to make a mess.
Oh yeah, and then there's little bits in the background. That's cool. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to have... So does this say what I want it to say? Cobwebs will slow you down. And then it'll go, very nice. You can burn cobwebs with your fire ability. Now, I wonder what the fall rate is. So if I go fall rate is... Whoop. Okay, so if I... I'm thinking how I can like... Because, okay, so there's one thing that a lot of people don't know is I'm hiding coins on every level. It's like coins. So I'm hiding coins. So I need to think how I'm gonna hide the coins. Usually it's I usually do it by... I try to pick something really creative to do it. So go 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's try this. So I think... I wonder if I'll hit this. So what's that? Layer 7? Okay.
Time to make a mess.
It's like here, wasn't it? Close. It's like here. I can barely see it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay. That's here. Okay. And then on layer 8, I will put the coin. So layer 8 is the coin. So let's say like there. Yeah, there. And then tile set 3. So then I'll need to go here. I'll go down to 8. 3? That's 3. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think. Alright, let's try that.
Time to make a mess.
Close. Will there be more gameplay than porn for this one? Yes. Well, no. There's actually more images in this one than there's ever been. I think there's double the images in this one. But a lot of it is level design. So, you know, I've got to be vigilant on my stance of. But don't worry, there are games that I'm working on that have a very heavier sense on the porn aspect, but this one, it rewards you for being good, you know, so it rewards you for being a good player. And yeah, the amount of images in this version is so much more than what it was before, so which I'm really excited about because some of them are like the hottest images you'll be able to unlock. There's going to be like, oh yeah, you can send me another one if you want, Bariko, that's fine. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot more to unlock in this one. There's also a damage bubble, like in Cart. I was thinking about doing an unlockable animation as well, but I don't think so. We've just added some really cool levels as well. So. I appreciate everybody asking and commenting. It actually is really, it feels really nice and humbling that you guys are interested to watch me make levels. I just didn't think anybody would want to watch. It's just nice. That's why I don't do it, because part of me is like, would you guys even want to watch this? Like, you know? Then pussy be plenty, yeah. Yeah, man, yeah. Yes. Okay. Let's see. But yeah, I don't know. I'm like self-conscious about that sort of stuff, you know. Because you do. You worry about whether or not people want to watch. So. Yeah. Don't worry. I will say that this game will successfully drain the sack. Also, I apologize if I go slow. It's just me sort of playing with the game. Like, I'm just sort of finding what I think is appropriate for, you know. You're probably like, oh, Shades, you go so slow. Like, it's just me. Like, I'm just sort of playing with the game and I'm sort of trying to find the groove of what I consider to be a fun level versus a level that's tricky. Um, and, what I consider, what I consider like, I don't know. Because it's hard. Like, you don't want to create something too easy. I mean, I don't. I know that there are some devs out there that probably like. It's funny. I was saying this the other day. Like, the tides are shifting right now. So a lot of devs now are focusing on gameplay. Like, perfect example. And I know I've talked about it a lot. Was Scarlet Maiden. That game is so good because of the gameplay. The gameplay is really fucking solid. Um, it it really does hold its own as a definitive like that game would have easily had made a lot of money. I don't know how long it will last because I think that there is a big issue with longevity of a roguelike unless they're adding content constantly. Um, but the comments were exactly how I felt that it was going to be, which was gameplay first, rewarded with loots second. And I think that's how it always should be. I know some people feel differently about that sort of stuff, and they prefer to have the loots within the game itself. But then I also find that the gameplay is not as solid, and the gameplay is a secondary thought. My goal is to make you stay and play. Though I will admit that a lot of my work is a little what's the word? I guess it's tough because a lot of people do go, "Oh, Shades' games are less porn." I wouldn't say that like I wouldn't say it's like less. It's like you're not getting stopped by 5 seconds and getting mauled by a monster in a cave. Like, I'm making you play a level and rewarding you for your time. You guys are lab mice in the maze of Shades, and I'm rewarding you with treats. That's what it is. Um, Feeling like I want to make something, but realize it's so hard. So it's really hard to slow down. Anytime that you feel that way, you just need to break into something a little bit more simple. Never feel like you have to completely go into a crazy zone. You can pull back and do something different. You don't have to, you know. But yeah, like games like mine. So Scarlet Maiden's really cheap, which I don't know if it's good or not. It's good and bad. The big kicker for a lot of games, and I will say, is they say that never place your price point under 5. And the reason why they say this is because a lot of the time, you are. It made 100k sales. Yeah, apparently it did. We don't know if it really did though, but it might have. I am still under the guise that I think that Steam's statistics are not 100% accurate. A lot of devs have this thing where they think that the statistics are exactly the way that they are. And it's a big bragging thing. And don't get me wrong, I understand about bragging about solid work, but I also think that making the definitive thing is, what is 100,000 sales? Is that how many of those are returns? And it was also in early access. They're showing that off on the Steam page. Yeah, I know, because that's the brag. And again, that's not a bad thing. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not something I would do because I'm more humble, I guess. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to do either, but I think that I've always found it weird when people do it. I guess maybe like I'm just different in that regard of that sort of thing. But I can understand why they do it because it's obviously like it helps them to be more established. I also just don't think the statistics are legit. I think they would have though. I think they would have sold that. I don't know how accurate those numbers would be though after refund. Because there is a level of refund that goes into Steam that they never tell you. But early access does, yes, 100%. Case in point, Almas Trigger, which I'm very disappointed in how that was handled because their publisher really fucked them. And I felt that it was very unfair. He reckons it wasn't their fault, and I said no. I think that the publisher really forced his hand to publish early, and I just didn't think it was very fair. In my opinion, I didn't think it was very fair. Because you can leave the gate way too early, and I think the game wasn't finished. The game wasn't finished. And I think that, give it a bit more time, it would have been good. But yeah, it's a bit sad. Because the other problem is winning the vote back. Now, take what I say with a grain of salt, because I am still green when it comes to, like, I say green, a lot of people go like, you've published a lot of games. Like, I get that, right? But depends how much. Yeah, true. Well, it also depends on the pool. So, like, the perfect example, really good example, was Orc Massage. Got some really good traction. And I think that game was already a hit out of the gate when it was in its early access days. So when it got out the gate, it was a big hit. The problem is with that, though, is early access is really good for if you want to help fund to finish the game. That's the best part about early access. So, like, for instance, Shady Loot Cart is funded by a lot of early access. The disadvantage with that is that when it leaves the gate, it's not going to be as powerful of a hit because a lot of people have already played it. Unless they've already pre-purchased and now they're going to play the final version of the game. That, again, could be subjective because you are also in the wheelhouse of, what is, the content of the game might change and pull them in. Scarlet Maiden was very interesting because I remember when it initially started that there was a lot of mixed reviews, particularly in the wheelhouse of that they were quite worried that there was a lot of samey stuff. But they managed to fix that when it left the gate. And I think that beta access, that early access really fixed it. I don't know how well that would clean up in the end of sales. Because the other thing too is that when you look at 100,000 sales at that price. Now, I want you to also take this math into percentage, right? Is your so how much is Scarlet Maiden selling? Like, can someone tell me what the price is? And I'll tell you what the thing. And I'll show my dick on stream. $11. Okay, so 11 euros. So okay, so it is. Okay, let's see. So what's that in American? Can someone convert that? What's the current exchange rate? Need shades weenie. Oh, thank you. Happy. Nightblot needs the wing. This is going to be such a fucked level because people are going to be like, why do I want to play this? There's so many cobwebs everywhere, shades. Okay, 11. Okay. Okay, so let's take an example. All right, and this is a good breakdown. So 11. Let's round it to 10 because that makes it an easy figure, right? So 10 US dollars per sale. Steam takes 30% of that because that's the going rate that Steam will do, right? So that is now $7 average, right? So now the publisher is getting $7 per sale. Their deal is probably, now I'm going to take a guess because I don't know their contract and I'm not going to try to get them to tell me the contract because I'm not a cunt. But let's see, you've made all my levels worth. I'm so glad. So okay, so Steam takes 30%, so it's around about $7, and then you would then take into account that they're, as a publisher, they're going to be taking a certain amount of money. So that money is probably, I want to take a guess and say 25% of that $7. Now I'm pretty sure Scarlet Maidens is a 2-person team. And if it's a 2-person team, the leftover of that split of that $7 is now split between those two people. So you do the math on that. It's not as much as you think. Oh, and taxes too. So you're going to take taxes into account. It seems like a lot of money on paper, and it does when it initially does come in. Like don't get me wrong. Like you'd be like, oh shit, that's a lot of cheddar, man. Like yeah, cool, it is, but it would fund your next game. It would fund your next game and pay some bills. It's not gonna get you like. It's yeah. A lot of people get this wrong impression about how much games make money. And still lovely. I'm honestly not that good, but still lovely. Yeah. How much do I pay for taxes for sales? So the taxes, it depends. So like taxes obviously here are different as well. Again, it depends too. Like the other thing too that takes into account is sale month. So there's months that are sales. So you could have a month where you are pulling in I don't know, like let's see. I don't know. You do a sale, right? So the sale then pushes you up the algorithm, and then the algorithm again. I don't want to sound like I know the out because again, I am just a dude, right? A lot of these other people, and I'm not going to say specifically who they are. They know how to play the system very well. Me, I'm just a dude who wants to make porn games and just video games in general. That's all I want to do, right? So for me, I have to understand the system even just a little bit. And that's very hard because there is obviously statistics that go into play, which I don't necessarily 100% know how everything works, right? So a lot of, let's say, you get a sale month, and then that sale month is, I don't know, like 50% off. That again is a thing that you take into consideration. In the chat, 10. What do you mean? What do you mean, Dog Zone? I'm confused. Sorry. What do you mean? Am I being dumb? I'm probably being dumb. You listen. What do you mean? I don't understand. What did I miss? Have I missed something? What happened? Do you mean I listen as in I listen to what you say? I listen? Is that what you're saying? Also, sorry if this stream's boring and are nice and kind. Well, I try to be because I think that like we're only on this planet for a short amount of time. What's the point in being a cunt? There's no point in being a cunt to anybody. Nothing is achieved by being an asshole. No, you know what? I take that back. As an Australian, there's a lot that can be achieved as being an asshole. But what I'm trying to say is that I think that, you know, there's some things where you shouldn't have to be, you know. What is the experience with the percentage of people who wishlisted the game and then bought it? Is it around 30% or less? See, I think that is also bullshit, Perico. Because a lot of people say that, right, as a statistical number. And then they'll say, like, yeah, and that's what it is. It doesn't work the same way for everyone. It's much like, you know how when people say that, like, YouTube ad revenue is the same for everyone? It's not. It just doesn't work that way. It varies. There are some games that sell really, really, really well. And then there are some games that just sell a little less than they do. Like, for instance, Marble Maid is probably one of my least selling games. I don't know why. It is still very popular, but I don't understand why it sold less. Well, I understand some of the post-mortem, which was the advertising. Because a lot of the advertising I did in a different way that was kind of wrong. Right? And that was something on me that I had to fix. Meaning comparative number wish lists. I don't know. It varies. Again, it varies. Like you are asking me now to, because when you start asking about accuracy of stuff like that, that's like me trying to predict the future, and I can't do that. If you want me to take a educated guess as whether or not, it's all over the place. It's just one of those things where it's just all over the place. Do you know what I mean? Look at this talent. Hey, look who it is. Yeah, that's statistics all over the place. It's very hard to predict what you would consider to be, you know, like you rise from the scrap heap. I was gonna ask if that's rust, but I don't know if that's rust on you. Somehow like my art. Yeah, because I think that it's creative. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that there are a lot of people out there. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you're obviously gonna hate what you do. Do you know what I mean? Because like you, I saw the best comment I saw recently. Right, was a comic, and it made me. Hang on, my cat's booging me. So it was a really good comic, and the comic was a person standing in front of a mirror, and they're like, I'm so ugly. Who's gonna date me? And then the person next to them says, you know why you don't like you is because you are not your type. And then they smile because they realize, yeah, I am not my type. I'm not into me. Someone else will be, though. And it is kind of true. Like, same with work. Like, you might like your work, but then you might stare at it and be like, shit, I don't think this is as good as I thought it was going to be. But there are people out there that will say that your work is really good. You are probably, like, you as a person are your own worst critic. I think that you like yourself because like it's not about you. You don't have to be. It's someone else that has to be happy for you. Like it's not just that.
Come here. Burning rubber.
Okay, so that's 2. I'm gonna have to get Mulligata to fix this bug tomorrow. Because that's pissing me off.
Heck yeah. Time to make a mess.
Yeah, the new music in the game is hell different. In my opinion, I like the soundtrack a lot better.
Time to make a mess. Burning rubber.
Okay, so let me see. So where we are with this cobweb. What's wrong, Cat? I know you want to go to bed, but I don't want to go to bed yet. My cat is so funny. Oh, you're such a funny cat. You're funny. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel about the whole thing. Yeah, little EP cat. So cute. And yet wants to bite me. It just wants to bite me so bad. Oh, thank you, Des. Hey, I'm King. We get to see each other next week. It's gonna be so cool. I hope you're doing well. I miss you. I am too. It has been. It feels like I know you've been going through some stuff, and I've been going through some stuff, so it's good that we're finally catching up. Oh, awesome. I'm gonna give the clock 50 seconds. I think 50 seconds is generous.
Time to make a mess. Heck yeah. Whoa! Got it.
I'm always here. I'm always on youtube.com. Look at that. I think that's a level done. I think that is level done.
Time to make a mess. Come here.
Let's see how quick I can do this on this shitty keyboard. Can I get all 5? Probably not. Let's see. 30 seconds. And then... Okay, so I should start with... Okay, so let's start that one again. And so that this is where it comes into like, you got to sharpen up the times.
Come here.
Okay, so is...
Little.
25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. Yeah, oh, that's easy. That's easy. Anybody who can't do that, get out. Okay, let's have a look. So list-wise, we did A level. Web of Woes, we called it. You know what my favorite levels? One of my favorite levels is this one, Moldy Bread. Check this one out. It is an old block that we never finished using.
Time to make a mess.
Oh, your bun name?
Whoa!
The question is, Nightblot, did you submit it? It's all bread. Alright, new level. We're gonna do one for fancy. Okay. I know I wasn't gonna say I was gonna do specifically. But Fancy's a cool dude. And I wanna make I just wanna make him like faint. Okay. What if Minecraft but in real life? This one's going to be higher. Let's do a higher level. Okay.
Time to make a mess.
Mystery forever never told. Well, if you submitted it, it'll be on the list. But I have to check the list because that's the last thing I'm putting in is all the names. Your name was Hoof. Was that the bunny's name? Hoof? I'll have to check the list. Can you, Nightblock, can you email me to make sure? If you do have a name in there, I can triple check. Because it has been like a solid minute since I've opened that file. And by solid minute, I mean it's been a long time. I categorized them and stored them away for the end of the game. I wonder if this is something I've not tried in this game yet. Do rails work? So with an iron bar, really excited for this game's release. I don't know about that said. I read online that you said that Marble Made was bullshit. Okay, let's test this.
Time to make a mess.
I want to see if the ball will fit in between. Will it fit or slide off? Yo, I can make rails. Ain't giving you any information. Well, then I don't know what your bun's name is. Because then I won't know. Because you said your bun's name should be in the game, but I will never know. There's an arsehole streamer. No, I saw your stream. You were like, welcome to Said Plays. Now I'm curious if this will work. So the other thing too is like a lot of the experimentation with this game comes down to what can I make the game do? And this is one thing. Now I'm looking at rails. Oh, wrong layer. Gotta go down one. You've said enough. Give me information I need. What do you mean? Did you message me on Patreon?
Time to make a mess. Huh.
Interesting. Actually, no. I think I remember yours, actually. Hang on. Hang on. Let me have a look. Hang on 1 second. I think I know what it is. Hang on, chat. 1 second. What is Minecraft but in real life? forget our name. I said. Well, that doesn't help if I know that your name's in the game. What if I miss it? Ugh. What if I miss your name?
Time to make a mess.
Okay, now I'm curious whether or not the speed boost will work on this. No, it won't. Okay, so we're going to scrap that idea. But it was a good test. It was a good test to see if that would work. Get rid of these. Okay. It was a good test. Good test. Okay, so this one, I'm thinking we get a little bit creative with this one. Let's do... I don't know who Nightbot is, but Nightbot is always stopping by and saying nice things or buying me things. I don't know who they are, but they said that they've known me for a while, so I don't know. Let's see. Oh, my eye. Itchy eye. Nightbot has been here for a while, yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking, chat. Thank you. That's a good idea. Okay. So, level design. Let's do it. Let's call this one... Oh, sorry. Stretch. You don't need to buy me a thing. You do not need to buy me a thing. Let's call this one, let's just save it as 3-2, so then I've got it. So then we don't lose that. And now, begin. I know, but you should support you first before anything. If the game gets an award, this game will not get an award. It's nice that you think so, though. Someone's got no self-confidence. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. That's what you want to call it, yeah. It depends. It depends on. It depends. So, chat. The real question. What are you doing for the rest of the day? Besides hanging out with me, obviously. Well, yeah, you do, yeah. I am actually writing a safe work game. I know that sounds really weird, but I am. Is it the Terry game? No. No. No, I've just been writing in my spare time. Because I always like to stretch my creative chops. And so I've been writing other things. And so sometimes I'll write, games that I want to, maybe I want to do in my retirement or something. Or just games that, like, different. Still considered safe work. Well, yeah, because violence is an interesting subject because we're in that zone of it's not sex, so it should be fine. You know. I'll be honest, I hate it. I've always hated the stigma. You know, we don't mind watching people's heads get ripped off, but um, when it comes to that, it makes me annoyed. Doesn't define it from the artist as the main audience. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cough. Um, yeah, so like one of the things I've been working on is another game. Like, again, I think that if you are always working and striving to do something different, I think you should always stretch and do right. You know, you should write different things. One of the things I've been kind of working on recently was a safe work game. I've kind of had brewing in my head for a few years. And I just kind of just wrote it out. I wrote out the main premise. I've kind of had it floating in my head for a while. And I thought, oh, I'll see how it goes. And I quite like it, actually. It's quite... And it is refreshing because there is, I will say, as a creative, it sometimes is... yeah, because it's progressive to the story, and that's why. I will say that there have been moments this past year that I have found wane in not safe work content. Like I've found to be not bored but exhausted. I think part of it is getting old, but also the mental gymnastic of every time I log on to social media, somebody wants to fuck. Like, and that just is exhausting to me. Before it was fine, like, you know, when you're in the mood, but it can be just draining on the brain. It can just be draining on the brain. Genre. Like, look, don't get me wrong. Again, like, I'm not quitting or anything. Don't think that by any means. It's not me saying I'm quitting or anything. It's more of that everyone is doing it. And I think that that's the hard part. Is that now that lewd games are becoming different, right? So they're becoming a sort of um, they're trying to become mainstream, which you know is good. But then the real issue comes down to when do we stop? Um, well, not when do we stop. Sorry, I'm like waffling on today. The issue I find with it is that because I surround myself with it all the time, that it can be quite exhausting. Um, and it is quite exhausting sometimes because you feel that, I don't know, like there is an element of Like, I'm like, don't get me wrong, I love porn games. I think porn games are great. Right? But well, it kind of is and isn't Dog Zone because I make them because I want to challenge myself. Because I think that you can make a porn game that's fun. I think the huge stigma over the element of it was like what Brika was saying before, like violence is okay, but when it comes to porn games, it is such a when it comes to any sex, it's so taboo, right? So the biggest problem for me is I'm always on. So when you see me, even as me now, as just me creating and doing and being and doing things, right? That I still am thinking about that sort of stuff too, because I mean, part of it is my job, right? Part of it is my job. Um, and that can be quite draining because it's like, you know, how like you're mentally sort of, what's the word? I'm trying not to overstep myself because I don't want to say something that like people are going to take out of context. It's very difficult to work on porn games when you are constantly thinking about them. It's the same with game development in general, I think. And I think anybody can agree with that and attest to that sort of shit because I think that working on games is quite an exhausting endeavor. When you're working on games that are porn related, you already your libido. Like I find it weird. Like I'll say this, I find it very weird that anybody who works in the porn industry and does not get turned on by anything in the porn industry is weird to me. I hate when people are not truthful in that. When they'll be like, "Oh, I don't get turned on by my game. I just make my game," and it's like, is there not an element that you put into your game that you don't think is, you know? I feel that there's a lie there because a lot of it is fetish. But I mean, again, that could just be me. Um, we make games because they're fun, and we make games because we want to see the stuff we want to see. I think it's very strange that there are a lot of people out there that will say things like that, and um, yeah, I don't get it. I really don't understand it. You can't get on your friend. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. Like, I mean, the biggest. So, okay, so like for me, yeah, I enjoy what I do, right? And there's obviously a level of enjoyment in terms of the fetishism and stuff. But yeah, I will admit there is some levels in where I'm like, fuck, it's exhausting sometimes, and you do want to take a break. And that's why I do appreciate the times that I'm not online because I switch off. Like people think that I'm Shades offline, and that is not who I am offline. Don't get me wrong, I'll still like, you know, scroll Twitter and shit, but I'm not actively like, yeah, I'm thinking about ideas and shit like that, but I'm not in the same zone. Um like I'll just switch off and play Crash Bandicoot or something or Sonic or read a book or eat or go out to the movies or something. I'm just a dude, you know. And yeah, you get turned on by your own work, right? But I'm also and that's what I mean by when I say that I'm exhausted sometimes because if I'm online so much like I am, things can be quite draining because you're around it a lot and you know your friends are making it too, and so then like you know, and I review games, I make games, I help people make their games, There is a lot that goes on. And that is, yeah, there's so much that sometimes my brain is tired. And I will admit, like this year, there have been elements where I have stopped working and gone, one day I could possibly just not do a lewd game and just work on something safe for work. Because that's where I started initially, was I started doing safe for work games. That was a thing that I was doing prior to this. And I still want to make safe work stuff too. The only reason I just make not safe work stuff partly is because, yeah, it rocks my world to do it. But I also find the challenge creatively. I think, again, if you don't get turned on by your own work, I think that's a weird thing. And you should. You are your own critic, But yeah, I'm I don't know. I just, yeah, there are some moments where you get quite exhausted by seeing the media. And yeah, there have been, so like the other night I was just sort of stretching my brain where I was like, I throw around ideas for games. And I thought, you know what, I will throw around an idea for a potential safe work game. And it was an idea I've kind of had in the back of my head for a while. I think part of it too was I was very inspired by playing Moligato's game the other night. That really made me think about how creative that was. And it didn't, like, don't get me wrong, it didn't make me go, oh, like, you can make a game without porn in it. Like, that wasn't the reason at all. It was more of, I want to make a game like that. Like, that's all it was. It definitely wasn't related to, oh, you can make games without tits in them? Like, no, I love making games with tits in them. It's awesome to do that. But yeah, there are some times where you go like, maybe I just, maybe I want to do a different game. And yeah, that was one of them. And so I was writing this sort of, it's such a stupid idea. Like, you'd see it. You'd know it would be me too. But yeah, it's weird. Anyway. Am I talking too much? He says as there's no other sound behind him in the stream. I'm trying to think what I'm going to do with this one. So I've got a tower. Tits plus. Yeah, and again, like that's why I love making Marble Maid, because I think Marble Maid's a good example of being able to make a game that's sexy and has some really cool mechanics in it. I don't know if, yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Why do you guys listen to me? What are you doing? Okay, let's see. Let's bring this down. So let's bring bring that up. Let's do this. Where is it? Here we go. Here. Okay. And then you. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah, there's obviously an element of I could make game. Different game. And yeah, I've been, And yeah, I really like the idea that I've been working on because it's cute. But don't think I like that. I mean, that's the ultimate curse, isn't it? The ultimate curse is we work on games all the time, and I'm thinking of ideas every 2 seconds, and it is frustrating sometimes because it's so loud in your brain. Jokingly, secretly love me. Oh my god, get in line. There's apparently there's simps that stop by the stream. Like, see, I find that bizarre that people like me that much that they're like, Shade got nice penis. I would like to see the penis, please. Like, it's bizarre to me. But okay. Now I wonder if let's do. You're listening because you're stuck at art and story. Well, I'll say this: like the best thing that I do is I draw. Okay. So, for instance, like recently, I've been kind of just drawing what I think of. Like, I've been thinking of. Um, I love the Wild West. I love that shit. I don't know why I do, because I don't watch that many Wild West movies or anything. And I think living in it would suck. I'm not a simp for it. But it's funny because there are a lot of elements in which I think of games, because I think the Wild West setting, there is like a I don't know, you can take a lot away, but you can add a lot at the same time. Like, it's so desolate, and yet there's like, you could do a steampunk element, or there's a lack of things in the desert, and yet, I don't know, there's just weird things. And it probably does come back to the fact that I like nachos, but that's again another stupid thing. But yeah, so a lot of the time I just draw, and so the thing I was drawing, I'm not going to say what it was because I don't want people to get the wrong impression. But a lot of the stuff that I've been drawing was kind of more so related to this safe work idea, and I was kind of just like throwing it around and getting an idea, and also it helps you to get it out of your head, because the biggest problem is you will just lose the idea. Awesome tour ideas. It's hard now to keep up with your streams during. No, it is. How do you think I feel? I'm the one. I'm the one here streaming it. Like, it's hard. You know how hard it is to be here every fucking day. It is difficult. It's difficult. I'm getting later and later with every stream as well. It's hard, man. Even doing a minimum of 3 hours. And you can see how long each level sometimes takes. Sometimes I'll do a level within 10 minutes. Sometimes I'll just do a level, and I'll just make a level, and I'll be done within 10 minutes. And I'll be like, yeah, fuck yeah, there's a level. Sometimes I'll spend 3 hours on a level. I only missed 2 days so far. It's hard. It is hard. It's hard, and I'm doing it. I am sheepy. I'm a sheepy boy. So, yeah, one of the ideas I was doing, I basically, like, the biggest fear that I have is, what if I forget it? I usually will record my voice talking about it, or I draw it, and I'll kind of put it down on paper and go, okay, this is the thing that I want to do. Yeah, and I kind of just get into the mindset of what am I going to do. Oh, yeah, I could do that. That'd be sick. I should do that. That'd be cool. Water pillar towers? That'd be sick, man. I never thought of that, actually. So I could call this one oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um Tower. I'll call it Nest of Towers. Nest of Towers. There we go. So it's coding. I have to get in the groove of drawing again. Well, I do that too. Like today, when I started streaming, I had to kind of play a few Marble Made levels because I kind of wanted to get into the rhythm a little bit. I wanted to kind of get back into the groove and be like, okay, like this is Marble Made, because it has been a hot minute since I've made any levels. But yeah, anyway, so drawing ideas and I get them all out on paper, and that's usually the way that I'll do it. I'll get ideas out. Don't relate to anything except perfection. You are exactly right. I think anybody that doesn't like nachos, I don't want to be friends with them. I wonder if it's hard sometimes when I design levels because I always get worried about I always get worried if I'm missing out on using certain blocks on certain levels. I try to use the most, if not all, the types of blocks every level I do. But then it gets to a point where you spend so much time using the type of blocks on each level that you got to be like, shit, I have to stop. So like tomorrow, I will check this over in the morning, and I will make sure, But yeah, I usually just try to get my ideas out on paper, and then like what I've been doing with this safe work idea, and I just kind of drawing. And I hadn't told my legato yet because I didn't want him to get too shy about it. But yeah, his game did inspire me a lot to kind of think about that sort of stuff. It made me think. I was like, this is cool, man. Like, it's very rare for a game to make me do that. Like, that's cool, man. Like, it never really happens that often. When it does, it's like I'm too busy to kind of take it all in. I reckon making these active dust bunnies is going to be hell for the player. Because what, 1, 2, and then there's 1, 2. I should probably, put one here as well. So let's go up. Let's go up a floor. Maybe once the game is done, get someone good at it and someone out. Well, yeah, because the next stage of Marble Made is going to be the testing, and I want because the first Marble Made we never did any testing. I want to make sure that I'm on the right track because I'm on world 3 out of 5, and technically it is going to be a bonus world, so I'm kind of scared. It's also crazy. 3 out of 5. Like, I'm fucking zooming now. Like, I didn't realize how much I'd actually done. The bosses are going to be interesting because I know I've posted about it, but a lot of people haven't seen those really in active. And I've not designed any yet. We've built everything that I need. I might try to do one tonight. We'll see. Let's make great games, and you'd say that we have something. Yeah, of course. I would not be paying you to be part of the team otherwise. I wouldn't have taken that risk with you, Buriko, otherwise, you know. But I knew we had something, so I took it. Zooms down. Da, 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 da. And then goes. And then there's 2, there's 3. That's going to be a leap of faith, that one. Unless I make the bridge. I think I might make a bridge there. I'm asking the player a lot. Am I? No, they should be jumping. What am I talking about? Alright, let me get a generator on there. Let's put the generator here. Sweet. Okay, generator's over there. 1, 2, 3. And then okay, so I want to go up 1 to here. Oh, tiles. Whoops. Okay. And up again. And then here. And then down 1. And then here. Cool. And then I will put in there. I'll probably put the coin. Maybe maybe it's too obvious to have the coin there. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard. I've not even tested this one really yet. Sometimes too, like I'll get like ways through this, right? And and then I'll test it and I'm like, what the fuck did I make? Like I'll make a level and it's terrible. It's terrible. It'll be a terrible level. And it's like shit. It's too late now. Like, and so I have to take it and adjust it and commit to the idea that I'm like, well, we're in this bed and I've shot the bed and I'm gonna kind of. I think there's only been like a couple levels that I've really gotten rid of. Okay, so how many buns have I got in this level? I've still only got 3. I kind of want to do a 4th one. Yeah, because the other thing too is I don't know if that coin's in the right spot. It's not hidden. I've also kind of changed my mind on the coin situation because before I was kind of happy about the fact that coins were 1, but now I'm like, should I make coins a multiple thing? I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll be open to everyone, so I think Fancy will really dig it. He'll be able to beat it 1 sitting. I don't know. Some of these new levels will really test you, though. They're not like the first lot. I've really learnt a lot from level design. Like, you always think you know a lot when it comes to level design. These I've really learnt. Now I'm really getting into the groove. Okay, so I want to go. Goes up there. These levels are interesting because I've designed them in a very interesting way. Sometimes I do, and with the buns in this one, sometimes I'll hide all the buns. Like sometimes I'll make 3 buns visible and 2 hidden. And then sometimes I'll make them all visible. And it's up to you to make the determination of which ones do I go for in order to get to the finish. And sometimes I'll do it that way. And I've been kind of leaning more towards that this time round over doing it the other way, which has been really fun too because I kind of come up with different things. 1, 2, 3. Maybe. Oh, you know what I could do? I could be very sneaky, sir. I could put a ramp here. A little secret ramp. Yeah, so if I go... Bruh. Bruh. And then go for 100%. That's usually how I do it too. And that's kind of how I expect most people to play Marble Maid as well. I know a lot of people will attempt to try to 100% as they play it, but I'm also kind of in the camp of you just play it and then afterwards go back. Find some of the secrets and then do it that way. And I've tried putting in a lot more Easter eggs this time around too, because I want people to find things. But I don't know if that's going to be something that will... Oh, you know what? This should be where the secret level is. Let's go down more. So like here. And here. Yeah, it's kind of how I do it sometimes. Like, I'll start playing them 100%, and then you obviously realize that you're like, oh, okay, like, this is how I, you know. Yeah, look at that. And then this is where the secret level is. This will be level entrance. Bada bing, son. Now we don't know what this level is going to be called yet, but so if you don't know, there is always one hidden level in one of each world. But now, not only is there one level hidden in each world, but there are also 5 levels hidden in the hub world as well, which I'm very proud of. See, look at that, and then you're like, "Where's the level?" So, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Go You have a speed run? Wait, you're gonna be doing a? What are you doing? What's the speed run? Sorry, I sounded hell simpy then. It's like, what is that? Tell me. That's so cool. What do you mean? Nah, that's too obvious. That one. I'm gonna get rid of this and this one. And then let's do. Beautiful. You know, 100% in games is cool. I have so many games waiting for to play that I really just show 100%. Well, I do too. The only reason I did Clive and Wrench was because Clive and Wrench was really easy to 100%. But I also think that in terms of level design, he mapped it that way. That game was very easy to 100%. I think if you went back now, you could change a lot to make it that the player would work a little bit more. But I also felt that that game was very designed for me. Frogun's very different. I think like me and Moligato think on the same wavelength where we try to make it that we want you to go back to that level again. We don't expect you to do everything the first run. Just beat the level and come back later. It's not a bad thing. It's about replayability. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I might put the little dude here. Because I have technically... Let's put a slipper. A little slipper, baby. And so if you notice, like with this one, I haven't really used too many blocks. I've tried to use as many as I think I need. Because again, I could do... I could go nuts and I could use every tile that I've made. I don't need to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's 5 there. Zip lines up. Secret coin. Secret level in mini tower here. Alright. So in order for us to... So there's 60 seconds on the clock. Let's make it 90 seconds and see what happens. No, that was... No, wrong one. Save. Okay. This one. Sorry. So let's put 90 seconds on the clock. Do you like it when you can sequence breaking games, or is it something you don't like? As a dev, you want people to feel the experience sequence breaking, skip a lot. From a gamer perspective, I love sequence breaking because I think that if you can discover a way to play it differently. I know a lot of people would consider it to be a speedrunning tactic, but I also think that there are a lot of things, like if you watch me play Crash Bandicoot 2 legitimately, there are some things I do in that game that are sequence breaking. That a lot of people would consider, you know, general play as well. But with game development, I love watching people break my games. The best speedrunners that I saw for Marble Made did some stuff that I was not expecting. And it made me really ponder how we designed the game and like how they managed to find the secrets. And then like if I was a salty dev, yeah, I would have cut all that information out, but I didn't because I thought it was really cool, so I just left it in. Because I knew that not everybody would have done the big brain of discovering it to play it like that. And it's just fun. I don't know. If they want to break the game, they'll break the game. And it's not changed the opinion of the game either. I think in some of these new levels, I have thought about that though, Bariko. Where there was a level that I was working on where I looked at the way someone could leave a platform and I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to block this in because I reckon they'll do this. And I kind of self-predicted some stuff. Sometimes you do that as a developer. You can't always do it, but sometimes you do. Hyrule Warriors. I got to get the definitive edition. I've only got the regular edition. I really want the definitive one because that game looks like a game I could just choose some serious time into. Let's test this baby. We haven't done a test in a while. Okay. Because I'm concerned about the ramp situation here. Let's see. I feel there's no sense to be salty about it. No, I don't either. But I know devs that do get salty about it because then like you missed a really good experience of the game. And it's like, yeah, I get it, like, but I'm not gonna like. I don't. I think it's great. I've had people go like, I don't want to tell you this, Shades, but I broke your game, and I'm like, I fucking love it. Like, I think it's cool. Biggest compliment is yeah. When I saw this speedrun tactic that people do in Marble Maid, I was blown away that somebody thought of that. Did we write it out of the new Marble Maid? No, because I think it's really cool, and I think that it deserves to stay the way it is.
Time to make a mess.
Okay, I'm gonna say 70.
Got
Put him hidden. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm gonna have to fix that bug. It's one of the longest speedruns ever. Shit.
Come here. Come here.
So yeah, 60 seconds on the clock might still be too much. I'm almost thinking lower than 60. I'm thinking 55 maybe. Let's try 55. Here's the question. Have you ever found sequence breaks or bugs that you thought were cool during development and decided to just keep? Yeah. Yeah, particularly in Marble Maid. Because a lot of the time when you, like, I'll be like, oh, I could just, like, jump over this and then skip half the level. Yeah, I've done that. Because I also know that there is an element of, I can't make this absolutely impossible for somebody. Otherwise, it'd be there forever. And I also think it's kind of cool because I'm like, oh, I only know about that. But then eventually some people find out. But yeah, there's been little things that I've left in. Yeah.
Come here, you.
I wonder if I can get this coin. Yes, I can.
Got ya. Whoa! Time to make a mess. Come here, you. Got ya.
Like this. I reckon I could do this. Hang on. I reckon I can sequence break across that
Time to make a mess.
that thing to the finish. So if I was to like, I know that like you can sequence break across a lot of Marble Maid. Uh-oh. At least I know I can get there. That's a cool thing. So I reckon if I was to burn these.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, so you could skip to the finish, yeah. It's gonna be interesting trying this on the computer because like this mouse and this keyboard here in the games room is terrible. Time to make amends. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Yeah. That doesn't count as a glitch. Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I know devs get salty about it, but I don't. I don't see the issue. Don't really see the issue. I'm kind of tempted to just maybe like less of these, maybe 3 of them. Yeah, maybe 3. I like this. It reminds me of level from Gubble. I don't know if you don't know what Gubble is. Gubble's amazing, but yeah, I like Gubble. I think it just it's such a Gubble style level. Okay, I want to do now. I think that's a good design for a level anyway.
Time to make a mess.
And I like the idea of the towers everywhere. And I love these backgrounds so much more than number 1. I think these backgrounds add a lot more to the game. I'm wondering though. Let's exit for a second. Okay, let me. So now we've done nest, so I can get rid of that temp one. There we go. So I did 1, 2, 9, and then that's the secret. 9, and then secret, and then I've almost done all the hallway secrets ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm missing 5th one off that one because it's sewer. Great Gate Maze. That's probably one of my favorite secret levels. I'll show you that one actually. Here, this one's probably one of my favorites. So again, it was another thing where Moligato's like, holy shit, dude, like you came up with something really weird with the engine. And I was like, yeah, like I just did. So like this is a maze that I made out of the gates that we've got in the game. Now it looks like a lot of gibberish, but so buns are hidden behind different gates, and obviously, so if you hit the green button, all the green gates will drop. If you hit the yellow button, all the yellow gates will drop. So I mass used them as walls, not just gates, and created this huge maze. And then I put the buttons in certain areas, so you'd have to travel through in order for the maze to open up. And by the end of the maze, all the walls should be down by the end. So when you see it, it comes out like this. So it's more of a... And so you got to find the first button, and then when you find the first button, so the first button's blue, and then that takes down all the blue gates. And so now the maze is a little bit more open. Now the cool thing is you can skip over a lot of the maze if you do this. So see these dynamites? If you jump on them and then turn on your flame, you can do this. So one of the new things in Marble Maid is you can use explosives to propel yourself, which I think is really cool. I wanted it that she was invincible to explosions. Will it improve speedrunning? I don't know. Will it make people want to speedrun it? I don't know. But yeah, I wanted the idea of her to be able to explode shit in such a violent, like, basically just fly. And yeah, I think it's really cool that we can do that. And yeah, the bonus levels have this really weird sort of design. I let Moligato kind of, I said I just wanted something really weird. I'm really amazed with what creative people like you do. Oh, thank you. Well, that's the thing. I feel that if you're given a set of tools, I don't necessarily think you should have to use them the same way every time. So the first thing I do whenever we design something, and I said to Moligato was that I wanted, like, one of the things we did was a fan for Marble Made 1. And I did that because I wanted the player to be pushed around. I wanted them to, have the ability of, being pushed. And then I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I made a level that just played itself and you didn't have to touch the keyboard? And then I showed him that and he was like, fuck, I never thought of that. And I was like, yeah, well, that's why I love making levels, because you can just do stuff. Like, it's like Mario Maker. You're now using the pieces in a way that you probably weren't initially thinking about designing them, making them. Same with the water skipping. The water skipping was something that we thought of after it had happened. We found out that if you were going at a certain speed across water, Marble Made would skip. And I was like, that's fucking brilliant. And so I put in a thing to say, if you're standing on an edge and you power up, you can skip across the water. And Moligato was like, shit, I didn't know you could do that. And I was like, yeah, like, it seems to be, it's something to do with the water physics and the amount of blocks you do. But she can skip across water at a certain speed. And so we added in, it became a mechanic without it actually becoming a mechanic. This maze sort of happened as I wanted to see, because the other thing too, like, was these gates. I love the idea of a level moving, and I think this is really cool. So, like, another one, I'll show you another one that I did that I think is another one. Is it? I think it might be called Dangerous Storage. I think it's this one. So, and then, like, you've got to think about how certain levels to do certain things, right? So this one, I think it's this one. Yeah, it is. So I was like, one of the things that we've got is barrels. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool if the barrels could hit switches and shit? But also the other idea is, so the player starts here. Now, all of the buns that they really need are in this room here. You can't get to this room at all unless you jump over this. And then in order for you to progress through this area, you need to make sure that you need to basically hit all the switches. So there are switches hidden around this zone to hit. Once you hit the switches, each door will open, and then the barrels will roll down. And then when it gets this final area, they just fall out. And so then you're able to roll in here, grab them, hit the zip line, and it takes you back, and then you fall to the start. And so I thought it'd be cool if, like, you are prevented from getting what you need by the barrels. So you not only are you having to open these doors, but you're having to clear each room at the same time. And then the cool thing is I did different things with each switch. So I made different zones. So, like, this is the first zone that you go through. And then there's the, so you can see these retractable spikes. And then there's the red switch. And so the red switch will open up the red door. And then you've got over here, the first door is the silver one, which is the button here. The hardest switch is located over here. It's on an intermediate track, but I also made a hard track. So the intermediate track is this 2x2. So you go up here, and then you take a left. You take a left. You go up, and then you hit the switch. If you keep going on a single strand, though, there's those two bonus buns that are hidden. Now, these blocks are ice. You can't jump on those. So you have to really work out and go whoop and then make your way and time it. So these ones are really hard. But again, this is like, I think this is 2.9. So this is level 29. And yeah, I tried to come up with something that was different. So, like, you can see, like, this one's more square. And then sometimes I just feel like making something a little bit. I think with this one was a really good one too. Sunken sewer, because I was designing a sort of. So this one's multi-layered. You can't tell really that there's 2 layers. But what I do is I sort of started on one layer, and then I worked my way. So some of this water is on the same level, and then it goes up and then down, and then some of the level goes underneath the water and above the water, which creates a really cool effect. And then I just sort of went ham with it and just sort of did this. Now the bonus part of the secret, so you get to the end, which should be here. And in order to, I gotta remember how to do this. So it was, oh yeah. So there's a blue switch. So there's the blue switch down there. And the blue switch will open up this gate here. To get over there, though, let me see if I can bring it around here like this. You have to go up this ramp and you gotta speed across and jump. If you get here and you've not opened the gate, you can't get back out. You could probably sequence break it here, maybe. But yeah. And then this sort of zone here. Yeah, it's sort of like a sequence break for the zone. So anyway, sorry, I'm like rambling. Yeah. Alright, one more I'll show you. One of the other ones I really like that's a hidden one is called the sewer chonk. You might not be able to see it because it's in the dark. So this one is, where do you start? It's over here, isn't it? Yeah. So you fall into the sewer. And you have to make your way around. So this entire level's in the dark. So it's already bad enough. There's spikes everywhere. You can't use the pathways because the pathways have spikes on them. And you have to go through the sewer in order to make your way around. Oh, see, it's like doing weird shit with the levels. So let me go new. Hang on, let me go. It's doing a thing where it's copying and pasting a level in, and it shouldn't be doing that. See what I mean? It's adding some bullshit there when it shouldn't be adding that bullshit. Let me reboot it. Hang on. There we go.
A Shady Corner production. Let's clean this.
So as you can tell, it's still using the play it. Nah, I don't want to spoil it.
The negative levels.
Okay, so here we go and load. There we go. So that's better. So there's like this whole secret, and then you're gonna go around here, and then there's like a. I'll show you a little bit of it just to give you an idea. But there's a lot of secret rooms and stuff.
Time to make a mess.
So as you can see, it's all dark, right? Now you could flame on or light the way, and then there's these little poles, and then you can light the lantern. Hang on, light the lantern. But it's just the 4 of us. Yeah, I know, but that's different. That's different. And then the water kind of lights your way a little bit. And so you kind of have to. So see the water over there? That water has no platform underneath it. So some of these areas have See? So if you look, some of these don't have platforms underneath them. So some of this is a ruse, and some of it's not a ruse. So the central hub is. The other cool thing I like is the fact that when you hit the water, the fire goes out. I know it seems like a very trivial thing to do, but. And then yeah, like you can see like these little bits and then see, look, there's a door like for the sewer, and so you gotta hit this thing, and then you go in, and then there's other bits, and yeah, there's just little bits. And yeah, I designed that. This one took me a long time. Because again, there's like a lot of little bits. There's secret rooms as well. There's like a secret room up here to get to. Which I won't say how to get. You got to work it out. And yeah, it's about the aesthetic. Like her dropping into the sewer.
Time to make a mess.
I thought was cool. I know it's not much, but it's just a little touch that you add to the thing. It's just a thing, guys. It's just a thing. It's how you make the level. It's how you make the level. Anyway, new level. 1:10. Bun ball bust up. Okay, boss level. Alright, let's get in there, gamers. Come on, let's do it. What if sex in Minecraft? Okay. I'll only do a little bit of this today, because this is also me. It's been a while since we did this one, so I've got to remember everything. So I've got to do, and then there's boss music, so I've got to tiles. Are you meant to be invisible? No. No. I think systems. I think it's background 1, music 1. And then we'll do properties. What if we come in Minecraft? God got sent. I'm sorry about the loopiness that I had yesterday. I'm really sorry about that. If you watch yesterday's stream, which I'm uploading, it's a wild one. Hey, pro.
Time to make a mess.
Okay. Yeah, so this is World 1's. Now I've got to remember what... Oh, fuck. I've got to remember what the thing is. Shit. It's world music... Oh, fuck. I think it's 5? I've been live for 3 hours. Yes, I've been streaming. I've been doing level design for 3 hours. I read that as 3 minutes, and I was like, no, I've not.
Time to make a mess.
No, it's not that one. Yeah, I've been doing 3 levels. You can see Pro's frothing at it now. Pro's like, oh, I'm going to watch this in my spare time. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, give me that tiger cum. Ah. All right. I think it's 6. I don't remember.
Time to make a mess.
Nothing was on. I wasn't turned on yet. No, I started later. My dude. I started later. There was a lot of logistics that had to go into this.
Time to make a mess.
It's a late stream. You're a late stream. You know what else is a late stream? My dick. I think it's 7.
Time to make a mess.
Yeah, because now we're in bonus territory. I think it's 7. Okay. So let's go back to 7. Okay. Items. System 7. Music 7, please. And then we will do big pussy hours. No. All right. Now, Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. All right. Zooming in. What if Notch put the Minecraft in his butt? Can we share this while we avoid the vault? What do you mean? Yeah, I guess if you really want to. Look at her rocking it out. Look at her. See her rocking it. Where's she gone? Dan, 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 down. She's loving it, eh? She's slapping that leg. She's getting in it. She's getting it. She's getting it, boys. You stupid mate. Hey, come on, you stupid mate. Hey. Okay, so level size is going to be 200. This one. It's going to take a minute to load. Because it's 200 blocks now.
Time to make a mess.
Cat, what are you doing? Sorry, my cat's being weird. Stop it. There's a dust bunny girl, yeah. You guys probably have a lot of questions. It's just to see if it'll. Exhibit pinball levels. Oh, you have to see. I'm just doing a test real quick because I think I might have found a bug, but I don't know. I'm just checking something. 100. Okay, so 150. We got 130. 120. Okay, 120.
Time to make a mess.
She's in, boys. See how it works. Okay, so exit. Bada boom. Okay, so
Time to make a mess.
yeah, I found a really interesting bug. There's a bug that's happening, but I can't say what it is. Giantess bunny girl, yeah.
Oh, come on. Time to make a mess. Whoa!
Sorry, my cat's dreaming. It's cute. Okay. I will be going to bed soon, but I just wanna get some stuff done on this. Go up. No, it's more to the right, isn't it? You know what? It doesn't need to be even. How much to bang the giant bunny? 5 rupees. So again, sorry for being quiet. I'm just sort of working. I usually tend to work in. Again, it's weird having people here, so. But I appreciate it. Oh, big stretch, Weenie. Big stretch. Big stretch. Cutie. Sorry, my cat's just being cute. And yet she's so evil. She's an evil cat. She likes to do evil cat things. She knows I'm talking about her too. She's like wagging her little tail. Winnie, what are you doing? What are you doing? Winnie. She's so funny. What if sex, but in Minecraft? Hey? Let's see. Why are you wagging your tail at me? Don't be weird. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to get my attention, so I will pat you and then you bite me. See? I can see it. Stop it. Stop. I'm not gonna. No. I see what you're doing. It's not gonna work. Okay. Stop it, you weirdo. You're being weird. Stop it. I wonder what happens when I put water in the direct center. I'm wondering if it'll react the same way as water in general. I wonder if the physics change. Okay, let's try it. Let's test this.
Time to make a mess.
Yeah, it does. Well,
Time to make a mess.
yeah, there's an interesting glitch happening, which I can't work out why. But I'll have to check with Moligato what he changed. It's the bug. The bug is that for some bizarre reason, Marble Maid just loses speed. And I don't know why. Well, no, I do. It's to do with the angle of the camera, which is really weird. It's a really bizarre bug.
Time to make a mess.
But I don't know how to fix that. I don't know what to... Because see, when you're tilting up, you're slow, right? You tilt down, you get speed. It's very weird. I don't know why. And it's really hindering the game and performance because I can't test the pinball. Like, this doesn't help either because I can't test anything really. I think I know what it is though. I actually have an idea what it might be. I think it's related to something we recently added. Yeah. Nah, it's okay. It doesn't suck. It's just like I can't really do anything with the pinball levels yet because if she can't get the speed, she can't get around the pinball table like I want. Which is something I need her to do. I need Marble Maid to get around the pinball table so I can actually make the game play the way I want it to play. Because, yeah, in order... So now I want to see if... I think she appears... Let's see, items. Bunny exit. There we go. So now there's a fail one right there. Did I add lewd? Yeah. That's her game over. She's not loving that at all. I might be able to cheese it. Hang on. Yeah, it's a very strange bug. Cause I can't do anything with it. I'm gonna try. Actually, you know what? I could cheat this. Hang on. Let me move this. There you go. Let's try that.
Time to make a mess.
Why are you gonna get yelled at for going to the toilet? That's weird. She's gonna fall out.
Heck yeah. Yo. Heck yeah. Burning rubber. Burning rubber.
Oh, so close. So close. Exit. I need to test if this works. Okay, I need to put this. Oh, you know what I'm doing? I'm just fucking dickhead. Alright. I just do this and I just block it in. There we go. Oh, I see. She clipped through. Interesting. Okay, okay, that's 2 hits. Wait, what it? What is she doing? Where am I teleported to? Interesting. Okay, that's another bug. Alright, let me... When finishing level, she falls low. Alright. Now, I'll save that, but I won't be able to do anything with it. Now the other thing too, I want to try real quick while I'm here. Okay. Oh, big scratch.
Time to make a mess. Heck yeah. Time to make a mess.
Yeah, golf mechanics. Yeah. Oh shit.
Time to make a mess. Burning rubber. Whoa! Burning rubber.
So take this time if you want to ask any more questions. You're more than welcome to.
Time to make a mess. Meow. Time to make a mess.
How long? A little bit. Not that long. About the same as the first one.
Time to make a mess. mess. Burning rubber.
Oh!
Nice.
Yeah, not too long. I mean, we've got the core engine, so we can do what we want. It's not a complete complete mishmash of yeah, we're adding new mechanics in, but is there a golf world? I don't want to say. Yeah. There is something, yeah. Sorry, my cat is like my cat is being really cute. Stop it, you. I can see you. Winnie. What are you doing? Did I scare you? Sorry, I didn't scare you. Wait, you're being spicy. Don't be spicy now, spicy cat. Wait, what are you doing, Winnie? I can see you. You're hiding your little face. Don't be weird. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? I've been struck by a smooth tile. Doom doom dooka doom doom dooka doom doom dooka doom doom doom. Ow! I've been struck by a smooth tile. Dooka doom 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 doom. Dooka doom doom. Wow! Doom 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 doom. Doom doom I've been struck by a smooth tile. I mean, if you were clever enough, you could probably like do a big old putt. You know, that'll be the interesting part. See if we can do it. just really I just noticed that the sand block looks very different in the menu here comparatively when you bring it in. I didn't notice that until today. It's really weird. Why is there a block missing there? What have I done? There you go. You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth tile. Ow! It'd be really cool if you could write. Actually, that'd be sick. I should bring that up at the next board meeting. Okay. I wonder if I could do. This is just me playing. It's kind of me wrapping up the night by playing with a golf thing. Or it's not so blocky. Well, I mean, it's yeah, maybe. Again, I've not really thought that far ahead. Oh yeah, wood floor as well. Shit, I forgot about that. We carried all of the blocks over from the old build because originally we were going to remove them, but I said that why? Like, what's the point? You want something more natural. Yeah, I kind of do, but I don't know yet. Again, I'm trying not to think too far ahead. Where's she gone? Oh. I put it in the block. I didn't mean to put it in the block. Whoops. Above the block, please. Just see ya. Time to make a mess. Okay. Burning rubber. A mess. Burning rubber. Nice. Slam dunk, baby. Time to make a mess. So we'll make this par. You could probably do it in a 4. You could probably do this 4. Time to make a mess. Heck yeah. Burning rubber. Messy makes. I just found a bug. Just found a bug. Well, I like the idea of monkey ball, but the only thing I don't like is I don't like the idea of tilting the level. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to create something that where you control. Like, I love marble games. I think marble games are cool. I like Marble Madness mainly. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And I was kind of looking at what makes marble games really cool.
Messy makes perfect.
And, you know, what's the definition behind,
Time to make a mess.
you know, what is the thing that, I don't know, what,
Burning rubber.
I took the word marble and I was like, made. Like, and that was literally it.
Burning rubber. Heck yeah. Burning rubber. Burning rubber. Heck yeah. Messy makes
Yeah, so there is a huge bug there, but we can fix that.
time to make a mess. Heck yeah. Whoa. Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
She going in? She's going in.
Nice.
It's a little bit above, isn't it?
To make a mess.
There you go. See if I can do it every time. I think I know where the sweet spot is now, so.
Make a mess. Burning rubber. Nice.
Yeah, so it's about there.
Time to make a mess.
No, but that's one of the glitches. It's one of the glitches that's happening. Because it's still counting every putt, and it should be every time I reset the level, it should be resetting it. Actually, I'm gonna try something. I'll go new, load. Oh, it's gonna be. Yeah, it's just being weird. Load. There we go. Let's try it again. See.
Time to make a mess.
Yeah, see, it's stacking them up. In the top there, you see it says strikes 37. Oh, that was interesting. That was an interesting bug. Fuck, I don't know if I'll be able to recreate that. Oh, maybe it's like if you...
Burning rubber. Burning rubber. Nice.
Yeah, so... I need to look at that glitch to kind of fix that thing that's happening. Because, yeah, what's happening is it's stacking every time she... That's why it keeps getting bogey. Because if you look...
Time to
Yeah, it's currently her par. Her par. Her strikes are at 52, but she started a new game of golf. So, hey, Fancy. Yeah. Yeah, so there is a few more glitches. The problem is that we won't be able to fix them until Monday. So tomorrow's level stream will be just as jank. I'll have to just do more general levels. So we can't do any pinball or golf. No, you know what? We could probably do golf, actually. So hang on. Alright, so I've saved this, right? So if I do this, right, and I exit, and then I load it, it'll reset the strikes, right?
A Shady Corner production.
This is the only way I can test it. But, I mean, I wouldn't want to do it that way, though.
Marble maid. The negative level.
Yeah, okay, calm down. Okay. And then, oh shit. Okay, so. Okay, load. Okay, alright, so test.
Time to make a mess.
There you go. Hole in one, baby. Ah! And then if I reset it, it'll still keep me
Time to make a mess.
at strike one. I'm so excited for this. I'm glad because I'm having doubts. Now it should be birdie. Yeah, there you go. So. Look at her on an angle. Look at the angle she's on. That's so good. She's like,
Time to make a mess.
okay, so
Burning rubber.
let's go. Interesting. Okay. There's like all the drawings. I did all these drawings. She hitting that lean. She is a little bit, yeah.
Time to make a mess.
Because now it's par. So, okay, so we're over strike 3. So this should now be par. Because it's par 4.
Messy makes
There you go.
perfect.
And then the next one should be
Time to make a
5.
mess.
So it should be bogey.
Burning rubber. Messy makes
There you go. So the only way to get all the buns on these levels is the better you play golf, the higher the buns at the end. So you always have buns. Like you start out with so that basically it's par. So if you can do the level in one no, it's if you can do the level in I'm so tired. Basically, if you can do the level in par, you get them. Can you stop? My cat is... No, but if you climb across, like, what's that going to achieve? You moving the microphone, isn't it? Do you have to make biscuits right there? You fucking weirdo.
time to make a mess.
But yeah, there you go. Yeah, the pinball thing. I'm a bit annoyed the pinball is glitchy at the moment because it shouldn't be doing that. So but the cool thing is I've got a shitload of stuff I can send to Moligato now. And be like, hey man, like all this shit came up last night when I was streaming. Bugs. So I'll save that. And then that'll be good for tomorrow. But yeah. And then it's cool because we'll be able to make all these levels. Yeah. So how many? We did 2 levels tonight. We did 2 full levels. We did the Web of Woes and the Nest of Towers. So next level definitely has not have the word of in it. Yeah, so we'll do that. And then I'll probably off stream before tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to be doing more Marble Made. So if you want to watch me make more levels and chill out and just chat, I'll be here from 10 onwards. So I'll be here at my usual time. And it'll probably be the 3 or 4 hour stream because I'll be doing a lot of levels. I probably won't do any bosses, or I might do a little bit of golf. But the bosses are still glitchy, so I want to make sure that we get that fixed before we move on. But the rest of the levels will barrel through them. I'll see how many I do tomorrow before stream anyway. But then you guys will get to see. And again, I don't want to spoil all of these because I don't want to ruin it all for you. But anyway, I hope you peeps have enjoyed this stream. Again, thank you so much to Nightbot for getting us to day 30. We are now officially on day 30, yes. So the maid costume will be happening, which will be interesting. So you'll get to see that. Anyway, I hope you peeps have a great night. I'm going to go to bed. It's 4 a.m. So I'm going to go get some sleep. But thank you so much for sticking by and hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow for some more Marble Made. We'll do some more. Okay? All right. Get out of here. Get out of here, you crazy kids. Get out of here.